One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. 1, 2. Yeah, I think now you can hear me properly. Lovely.
It's working.
Out. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Comando de ese ya hubo.
Can anyone hear me?
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
Check.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Just checking to see if people can hear me. Hello?
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, we're good. I'm still struggling to be online. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Let's just, I think we should just start now.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This session is on community networks, and it involves a comparison of the regulatory and technical framework of community networks in Kenya and Nigeria. So I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Jackie Akelo. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a lawyer by profession, specializing in telecommunications and ICT law. I'm currently a fellow at Article 19, and there are
Sorry, are you waiting? Are you waiting for me to start? I'm still not hearing anyone speaking.
Yes, we are waiting for you to start.
Okay. Just so you know, the microphones on your side don't seem to be coming through to Zoom.
Okay.
But if it's all right, I'll just get started, and hopefully we can sort that out in the meantime.
Oh, my goodness. So I'll put it in case he's speaking, people can hear. Actually, he's speaking. Hi.
Hi, we can hear you now.
Please, you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steve Song, and I am a policy advisor with the Mozilla Corporation, make the Firefox browser, and also an advisor with the Association for Progressive Communications, specifically with their LockNet project that work on community, supporting community networks around the world. And you will have heard, if you participated in yesterday's session, a little bit about their work already. Today, we're going to focus on the policy and regulatory aspects, the licensing frameworks in particular for community networks in Kenya and Nigeria. But to give that a little context, in terms of why are we talking about that now? Why is licensing an issue for community networks now? It's I think useful to look at a little bit of history. So we are all familiar with the mobile revolution that has transformed communication over the last 20 years, spreading access to communication to places that nobody would have believed possible, really. But I think there's another revolution that has gone on that doesn't receive the same kind of news coverage, but is just as important and impactful as the mobile revolution, and that's the fiber optic revolution. So if we go back to 2009, there was a single tiny fiber optic cable serving the African continent. And as a result, most access to communication and or the internet was either very expensive or often via VSAT. If we fast forward, to 2022, the capacity of undersea fiber has gone up over 300 times. And this is very, very significant, especially in terms of access to the internet and broadband, and not just undersea cables, but over 1 million kilometers of terrestrial fiber have been built in the last 10 years. And the reason why that's significant is fiber optic technology is a very different kind of technology from other things like wireless technology, like GSM or LTE, in that in terms of capacity, it's just so much greater than any other access technology. So here on the left, you can see that there are, the size in terms of those little circles of microwave or millimeter wave, and this is what fiber optic technology looks like. It's orders and orders of magnitude greater in terms of capacity. And that means that from a competition perspective, it's what the economists call a non-rival good, in that the usage by one person of that capacity doesn't affect or it doesn't exclude the usage by another. And that offers tremendous potential now to change the way we think about telecommunications. So, historically, to be a telecommunications operator, you had to solve all of the problems of access. You had to figure out the international connection, the national backhaul network, the handsets, the wireless technologies, all of that. So you pretty much had to be either a government or a very, very wealthy company to become a service provider. But now, with the spread of fiber optic technologies, the potential for anyone, whether a company or a community or a municipality, to become an internet service provider exists as long as you can gain access to this high-speed backhaul, gain access to fiber optic networks. And so that changes the way that we think about telecommunications and how we introduce them to the market. And the way I like to explain this is by thinking about it in terms of a metaphor. And that metaphor is if you imagine a glass jar that you're trying to fill with stones about the size of your fist, you might be able to fit 3 or 4 stones into that glass jar, but that's about it. That's all that will fit. Yet if you fill that glass jar with water, the water still occupies more than 50% of the volume. And so that's kind of where we are with telecommunications regulation, and that the regulatory framework, the licensing is designed for these large stones or large operators, the MTNs, the Airtels, the Vodacoms of this world. But if we're going to succeed in connecting everyone affordably to the internet to provide everyone with reasonable access to broadband, then we actually need to start filling that jar with smaller stones, with smaller operators, and that have more innovative business models, that are more designed to serve the unique communities that that require access, and even different kinds of operators. So not just commercial operators, but cooperatives, municipalities, and community networks. We seem to be getting a bit of echo here. And so, but right now the licensing framework for operators doesn't accommodate this this more diverse, this more nuanced, this more granular approach to licensing and regulation. So, and what that looks like, well, so if we look at Nigeria, there are 34 individual license categories for telecommunications operators. And as well as 5 class licenses. Sorry, I mean, it's possible that someone may need to mute in order to stop the echo. So even just understanding what kind of license you need as an operator is very, very challenging. So if we look at someone like MTN, well, MTN has a submarine cable infrastructure license and a unified access license. And a unified access license is one that sort of bundles a bunch of different licenses under one license. But an internet service provider, say like Tizeti, which is a relatively new ISP focused on wireless broadband, well, they have an internet services license and a private network license, which allows them to forge backhaul links. But it's not obvious that those are the licenses you need, and even figuring out which ones you need is a big challenge. And a lot of these other licenses exist as a kind of historical legacy of previous licensing regimes, and they stay there because often operators have licenses that last over longer terms, and so the regulator is required to keep those licenses there. So that's one of the challenges. The other challenge is just that they're simply very expensive for a community network the size of of a small organization as opposed to a large commercial company. If we look at Kenya, Kenya has actually gone through a process of streamlining these licenses, and has a much simpler structure for describing network operator licenses that breaks down mostly based on the size of operation. And this is really in a way the future of how regulatory frameworks for telecommunications operators have. Not only are they non-category specific, which is what the unified license framework does. It doesn't specify by technology, but also it is licensed according to scale. But even then, for community networks to participate in this space, that it's still challenging because the fees and the administrative overhead are more significant than a small community may be able to cope with. And that is the work that APC has been doing, working in partnership with Kictinet over the last 2 years, and with the Communications Authority of Kenya to craft a license that is better suited to community network operators. And with that, I think I'll pause there and turn over to my colleagues who can talk about the individual licensing environments in more detail. Thank you.
and regulatory framework of community networks in Kenya. Thank you. Over to you, Lisa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rispa Akinyi. I work with an organization called Tunapanda Net, which is a community network located in Nairobi, Kenya. We operate in Kibera, one of the informal settlements in Kenya. And our purpose is majorly to contribute to the common good of connecting communities and enabling them to access affordable internet. So ideally, in Kenya, there are other internet service providers like Safaricom, like Telcom, like Airtel, but then they provide internet to the country, but they don't get to the last mile. They don't get to places such as rural areas, and that is or informal settlements, and that is where we come in. So engaging with the community to see how best they can get and reap the digital dividend. So that is the role that is where I work. Part of the activities that we do is we connect different centers, we connect organizations, we connect schools, health centers, and beyond connection, we also look at meaningful access. So we engage community into different activities, such as creating their own content. We do a lot of podcast creation with the community we work with, as well as also engaging the community in digital literacy on different, for example, if we work with feminists, we deal with digital literacy with regards to advocacy. So with the topic today on the policy and regulatory space, part of the work that we also facilitate is in partnership with APC, Association for Progressive Communication, under the project called LockNet, Local Access Network. And we work with other community networks in Kenya, could be emerging community networks, could be already existing ones. And what we do is we enable them to start and manage their different community networks. So we do capacity building for these CNs, these people who are in the country who would want to start and manage their community network. And part of the capacity building program is we talk on issues with regards to sustainability, to network infrastructure, and policy. So in 2020, one of the biggest, one of the milestones that Kenya made was we got a licensing category for community network. And this was a great thing because when you look at the licensing shared spectrum framework for community networks in Kenya, it's relatively cheaper than what existed, because for the other, before this, the category came, we were supposed to pay 200,000 shillings to get a license. And now it has been reduced to an initial fee of 1,000 shillings with 5,000 shillings annually. We can, annually fee for renewal. So this is something that is very enabling for the community networks in Kenya, because then it's very affordable to the community networks. And also the process that initially the process of getting such licenses was very tedious because of the so many documents that were required, and even the resources, because when this framework was being, or rather like the other frameworks, they were curated with the bigger telecos in mind. So these telcos like Safaricom, for example, who have lawyers, who have resources, but then with this new licensing framework, it caters for the community and also knows like the resources that the community can afford. So it has been very simplified to the community to be able to apply for this license. And another thing, it has made the effort that is already ongoing in the community network space very visible, because then now it's not just civil societies advocating for community networks in the country, but it's also a conversation that we are engaging with the regulators, such as the CA, yeah, so the regulators in Kenya. So making the work of community networks visible in connecting the last mile. So I don't know, I'll give it back to you and then I can take it.
Thank you very much, Rispa, for your contribution. I think the community network space in Kenya has achieved the community network space in Kenya is really something to look forward to. I think you people are doing great stuff. So now I just want to go online and then see our online participants. And then I want to reach out to Engineer Kule from Nigeria so that he can also share his own perspective on the technical and policy framework for community networks in Nigeria, and then talk about the Nigerian Communication Commission and what they do in general and how they help people get access to affordable and meaningful connectivity. So I don't know, can you just help me check if Engineer Kule is online so we can reach out to him?
Yes, I'm here.
So
I'm
hi,
here. Good
Engineer
morning.
Kule.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you are all over the world. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And as you have rightly introduced me, my name is Engineer Kunle Olorundare. I'm the current Vice President of Internet Society Nigerian Chapter. And of course, I'm an engineer at the same time. So I would say that I'm privy to the public information that is on the website of the Nigerian Communications Commission with respect to licensing framework, with respect to, the technical specification and so on and so forth. So everything I'll be talking about is going to be, information that are actually, in the public space. And I also want to say this, that what I'm saying is my own personal opinion, so to say. Thank you very much. So I will want to start by saying that it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited that we are discussing this issue of community network, which, my organization, that is Internet Society, is doing a lot about when it comes to, deployment of, networks with respect to, CN that we are talking about. Now, I would want to shed light on what is happening in the public space with respect to the issue of licensing. When we started this discussion, I had the the person opening the ceremony. I'm very sorry, I can't really remember the name now. He mentioned that we have a lot of, licensing in Nigeria, which of course is true. And this you can actually, get more information from the website of Nigerian Communications Commission. And categorically, there are two, types of licensings. We are what is known as the class license, right? And what is known as individual license. The class license are those types of license that you just need to, get, like a permit to do your business. And for that category, you will see that they are those more of SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises. For a very good example is, let's say, cyber cafe. So once you get that class license, which is known as a permit to operate your cyber cafe, you are good to go. But on the other hand, the individual license, it involves a lot of processes, a lot of conditions that you have to meet before you can get such a license, so to say. Then now bringing it down to the issue I stated, that is talking about the community network. Now, in Nigeria, if you go to the public information website of the Nigerian Communications Commission, there is no category license that is known as community, network license, so to say. However, if you want to now come into the technical space, right now, talking about maybe some things that you can actually do to get a leeway for community network. So it may not be too far away from saying that, okay, fine, if you want to do a community network in Nigeria, perhaps you may need to go for an ISP license, right? And if you have your ISP license, the next thing to do is, the issue of what type of facility or infrastructure you want to use is also a big deal, right? The opener the other time was talking about optical infrastructure, that is fiber optics. Yeah, that is there, but that is more like when you are having a backbone, right, to your access network. You still have to talk about the access network, but essentially, especially in the whole of Africa, you will agree with that the wireless is actually trending when it comes to the access network. Why? Because it is easy to deploy. You can easily, set up your base station or your access point, and tada, you are there, and everybody can access your network. However, there are issues that I really need to, highlight here, because if you want to deploy a wireless network as a base station, right, there are things you really need to do. Now, you have to talk about the frequency license. You need to get a frequency for you to be able to have a base station or maybe to have an access network. Now, I quickly want to say this. For community network, which of course we know that it's a matter of, okay, we want to have a network that is going to serve the community, where people can have access to the internet. But I really want us to understand the fact that community network goes beyond just internet services, right? Because it involves, sometimes you really need to study the location and essentially look for what is important or what you think is something that community will need. Take, for example, you may look at, okay, what are those things that these people really want to do with? Okay, find it's a, let's say a university community now, right? You will now agree with me that in the university community, definitely that there are going to be researchers, right, that may want to have access to digital libraries and all of that. So you can have a way of collaborating with, such content providers that can give you access to, digital library, maybe free of charge or maybe at a subsidized rate, so that at least the people in that community will be able to access that. And if that is not the case, if it's not in the university environment, take for example, let's say it's in a community where people deal more with businesses, right? You may now start to think of, okay, what are those kind of content that we be suitable for that community, right? Or maybe it's a community where people love culture, and probably maybe take for example, for the sake of this discussion, let's say maybe a community where people go into designing of clothing materials. There are some clothing materials in Africa that they use, coloring and all those things to do, tie and dye, right? You may now try to look for a content provider that will be able to give that kind of content locally, right, on your community network, access, so that those people will be able to have access to, okay, in terms of design, okay, these are the kind of designs that are trendy, or maybe these are the things you can, permutate and combine to get a better designs. So you need to know what the community need, in addition to, okay, fine, internet service. Internet service is part of it, right? But it goes beyond that. So you need to appreciate what the community actually, is in need of. Then please let me quickly mention the issue of the frequency that I mentioned, that I talked about earlier on. Now, I said that you will definitely need frequency license, right? However, there are some categories of frequencies that you may not need to pay for. I need to emphasize that because I think these are the kind of things that we really need to leverage on if we are, producing a communique that will help, our community. So we call those frequencies license free, right? And in a more technical sense, they call them ISM, that is International Scientific and Medical Bands, right? And they are free. Free in the sense that you don't have to pay for them. This thing I'm talking about is acceptable all over the world. It's known as best practices. However, in different climes, they can be modeled in such a way that, okay, they may say, okay, we accept this as an ISM, and we don't accept this frequency as an ISM. Now, cascading it down to Nigeria. In Nigeria, 2.4 gigahertz band, right, is an ISM. And to a large extent, I want to say that even in the whole of Africa, 2.4 gigahertz band is an ISM band. And beyond that, there is also an ISM band that you can use for your access point on 5 gigahertz band. It extends from the range of 5.2 gigahertz to 5.4 gigahertz, then to 5.8 gigahertz bands, right? And now, talking about this one, that is where the issue of individual climbs or uniqueness now comes in. Take, for example, in Nigeria, if you want to use the 5 gigahertz band, right? I've mentioned 3 bands on the 5 gigahertz now. That's 5.2, 5.4, and 5.8. In some part of the world, these 3 bands are actually ISM, okay? But in Nigeria, the 5.4 gigahertz band in between has been licensed. So if you want to do community network in Nigeria, I would advise you, look, since you are looking at a kind of a network that you may not need to have a huge overhead, right? So you should avoid going to 5.4 because the issue of enforcement is even there, right? You can't use it free of charge, and it's even illegal to use 5.4 gigahertz band in Nigeria without getting the requisite license. So it is advisable that, okay, fine, you want to use 5 gig for obvious reason. Obvious reason being that we all know that in engineering, when you do the channelization, right, you have access to more bands on the 5 gigahertz band than on the 2.4 gigahertz band. So, of course, the data rate on 5 gig is higher than 2.4 gigahertz. That's what I'm trying to say. So people tend to gravitate towards 5 gigahertz band. But in Nigeria, you cannot use 5.4 gigahertz band because it is licensed. It is not free of charge. However, you can go to 5.2 gigahertz or 5.8 gigahertz. So you can configure your access point in such a way as to be able to pick 5.2. If you do that, you are fine. It is free. And you must also ensure that you adhere strictly to other regulatory issues like, there are power limits that is expected on each of these bands. Because if you go beyond that, that means you may now be shooting beyond a certain coverage, right? Which of course may be causing interference to your neighbor, and that is not acceptable. And the same thing is applicable even on the 2.4 gigahertz band. On the 2.4 gigahertz band, it is expected that, okay, you should not go beyond certain, distances. I think 200 meters. Once it is beyond 200 meters, you are going above what is expected of you, and probably you may be sanctioned or you may be called to order. So those are some of the things that are obtainable in Nigeria, and I know that even in other parts of Africa and even in the world, 2.4 gigahertz band is an ISM band, which of course community network can leverage on, and even 5 gigahertz band that, as I've mentioned, to a large extent, because you have to now look at what is happening in Nigeria, is also, ISM band. But in Nigeria, like I said, 5.4 is a no-go area because it is licensed. Of course, there is nothing stopping you from using it. Let me quickly make that point. But you have to pay for it. You have to go through the licensing procedure. Make sure you get the requisite license before you can deploy any network on 5.4. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's fine. So for us, take for example, the Internet Society in Nigeria, we have an ongoing project, in Zaria, which I think it's a very good one. It's as a community network project. And the other time when I was talking, I made mention of the fact that, okay, fine, you may have internet on it, but there are other content that you may need to provide based on, let me say, what is known as, I'm trying to look for the professional word that those guys use now. Maybe unique selling point, although you are not really selling to them now, unique selling, but USP, because you need to know what those guys want. You need to be able to serve them with what they want beyond, giving them the internet, access. And even Internet Society as a whole is doing a lot, and there are a lot of, organizations that we're even collaborating with that. They have even produced, document that you can actually look at to see what you can do in terms of community network. So maybe I may stop at this juncture so that maybe we can advance the discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kole. It's nice to hear from you, and thanks for giving us your contribution regarding the policy framework for community networks in Nigeria. And then I'll just quickly turn it on to Bukola. I don't know if she's online. Can you just help us check, please?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Sure, we can hear you, Bukola. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you very much.
So,
go ahead, please.
So we've been having this discussion on technical and policy framework for community network in Nigeria and Kenya, as you already know. So we just want you to share your experience and what you think about your idea of the policy and technical framework for community network in Nigeria, what it looks like to you, what do you think about it?
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thank you for having me on this panel session. And it's good it was interesting listening to the opening remark from Steve, and then thanks to Engineer Lorandari for the technical breakdown of the licensing and their policies that we have in Nigeria on community network. But just like he said earlier, in clear language, we don't have any capture yet of community network, the phrase in any national policy. And the closest that we could say has to do with addressing gaps in internet accessibility in Nigeria and how it focuses on initiatives is the USPF Act, that is the Universal Service Provision Fund Act that we have in Nigeria. Yes, it's supposed to address the underserved and the unserved areas, that is the areas, the remote locations where telecoms markets have refused to go because of the profit margin, so they are reluctant to go there. Yes, but unfortunately still, this USPF Act, the model is still geared towards supporting commercial businesses with the funds, and rather than the communities that we are actually looking at when it comes to community network. Yes, those subsidies are provided, but all these things still ends up being beneficial to the market players. But the word community network, the phrase community network, is not yet captured in any of this policy, this regulation policies. So also we have the Nigerian Communications Commission Act. Just like the USPF, it has no mention of community network. Neither does it see communities as distinct providers when it comes to connectivity in Nigeria. And all this I can assume is the reason why community network is not as flourishing as it's supposed to be in Nigeria. And yes, just like Engineer Laura already said, even we in Internet Society in Nigeria, as much as we are doing our best to drive community network, yet the environment is not as encouraging as it's supposed to be. And even with our intention, our intent, all we could do was still to drive the project on 5.8 gigahertz, just like he said. 5.4 is a no-go. And then so that was the best we could do in trying to drive the issue of community network in Nigeria. And yes, there's also this issue of the licensing on TV white spaces that is being pushed by organizations that are much more interested in community network in Nigeria, pushing it for pilots for community networks, but also still around this issue of policies. Another challenge that we have on that draft framework that the government has developed is still, though the draft framework was based on limited stakeholder consultation, but the bottleneck around it is still that this TV-wide space licensing comes under two different regulatory bodies, and we can see that also is another challenge, getting through one, going to the other for licensing. The first one is the National Broadcasting Commission, the NBC. They are the one that assign the frequency as do the frequency assignment, and then you still need to approach the NCC for operational licensing. And all these things is still under first come first serve basis, which the framework is still undergoing, is still in draft, and they're still working on it. But with that framework still, the fear, as is being noted, is that yes, even if they eventually accepted as a policy, we have to be wary of space cutting, because someone can just go because it's free, you obtain it, you're not using it, and then you wait until when it's exhausted, and then those actually need for community networks now have to pay each sum to access it, to get it from you. So these are some of the challenges around community networks in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Bukola. Thank you, Bukola. I like the fact that you clearly stated that there are no policy regulations for community networks in Nigeria. And now this brings us to the point where we want to see how we can make policies for community networks in Nigeria, what we can do. Now, I also want to say thank to Steve Song, because I think while he was talking, we were having this technical issue. So I want to say thank you for your input. So now I'm sure the audience have questions for you. So before they ask their questions, I'll just pass it to Jackie. Maybe she has anything to say.
Thank you. So this is just a follow-up to the presentation made by Engineer Kunle and Bukola. So they've made it clear that there's no uniform framework for community networks in Nigeria, but rather there are separate laws that actually deal with licensing issues. And I wanted to know whether these laws that are currently there address the entry-level barriers that community networks actually face when they are being deployed and being operated.
Online, but thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. So we would like to know what would like to hear your recommendations on how we can connect the unconnected, or what do you think should be done, and how can we break those entry-level barriers that people who are trying to build their community networks in Nigeria face or are facing? What's your recommendation? Hello, Engineer Kunle, are you still with us? It's like we lost him. So I think I'll just pass this question to maybe Steve Song, if he's still with us. We want to know his recommendation. Hi, Steve, are you online with us?
Yes, yes, I'm here. So I think that the speakers have brought up the key issues. Engineer Kunle mentioned the issue of access to license exempt spectrum. And I think the one point that's worth mentioning about that is that it's so affordable. You can buy high-speed Wi-Fi broadband equipment for a few $100s. And that is part of what has unlocked the potential for community networks, because you can build a network so inexpensively. And so using that license exempt framework to enable community networks is tremendously important. But the other piece that is missing is this operator license framework. And that is something that Kenya has leapt forward to in embracing a framework that is inexpensive enough. As Whisper mentioned, it's very affordable to have an operator license for a community network that focuses on a local area. But it also brings the community network into the license ecosystem, which means that then community networks may have access to the Universal Service Fund, which is something that's currently under consideration in Kenya. So to Bukola's point that community networks need access to Universal Service Funds, if there is a license for the community networks that is inexpensive enough and lightweight enough in terms of administration for them to achieve, then they can participate as part of the telecommunications ecosystem and receive support from Universal Service Funds as well to be able to deliver services, as was pointed out, in areas that the biggest operators may have no economic interest in delivering services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. We really appreciate the contribution. And I kind of see that you've charted a solution for connecting the unconnected, like what should be done. And I believe it's possible we can do that. So now I think the floor is open. I don't know if any of our participants here have questions for our panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, room. My name is Harira Abdurrahman Wakili from Nigerian Community Network, an organization that is working on community network under LockNet FC. So what happened is that in Nigeria, we don't have a policy on ground that is supporting the implementation of community networks. For over 2 years, SETA together with APC worked on engaged regulators like Nigerian Communication Commission, NITDA, and other Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy and other agencies to see that we have this policy document on ground whereby community networks can operate at their community level. So we had meetings with regulators like NCC, Universal Service Provision Funds, which the request for a policy document, the request for a position paper, sorry, we signed a position paper, I think somewhere around June 20, is it June or July 2021, which is still on ground. We're still working towards advocacy to see that things have worked clearly. So what we do at community levels is that we try to have to get the community well prepared. We are working with 7 micro-organizations in Nigeria. We're looking forward to add more as the work keeps going, even though there are some community networks that have the infrastructure in some community, which is under Infratel Africa. And we have a kind of collaboration with them to see that we worked on getting the infrastructures to the community. And for the communities, 7 micro-organizations we're working with, we have registration, CAC registration for all the 7 micro-organizations, which will get them prepared when after we succeed in getting the having the policy on ground. So I just want to let the room know their commitment is ongoing. We submit the policy framework, and the advocacy is still ongoing. We go for advocacy visit to Minister of Digital Economy and Minister of Communication and Digital Economy together with NIDA, we have this conversation on ground and their promises on ground. We are working toward having, like at the end of the day, having the policy framework that will support the implementation of the community networks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ariras. I don't know, do you have any other person who wants to?
So, sorry, Mr. Moderator. Can I just chip in one or two things? Hello?
Okay. Hello, it's fine, okay.
All right, I actually raised up my hand, but maybe you didn't see that. All right, so on the issue of the recommendation, I appreciate what Steve said and of course the last speaker. And I believe advocacy is a very strong tool, just like we believe too in Internet Society Nigerian chapter. And it's one of those things that we know that we can use to get things done, right? So what I would recommend is this. The first thing that, of course, will give a clear way to community network is to get a type of license, right? That will be spelled out in the licensing framework of, the NCC. That, okay, look, community network is now recognized as a category or a type of license, right? That is the first one. However, where our advocacy, tool will be needed is this, because for every license, right, there will be terms and conditions associated with those licenses. And we all know that community network are not supposed to be business enterprise, okay? So in that way, we need to see how we are going to minimize or bring down the overhead cost of deploying community network. So what I'm trying to say is that number one, we need to get it, documented that, okay, community network has been recognized as a type of license. That's number one. Then the conditions. We now have to find a way of making sure that the conditions will be suitable for community network. Because it's not just a matter of having the license category recognized, right? If the license category is being recognized now, perhaps maybe for a community network service provider to get a license, probably maybe is going to pay 5 million naira before he even starts to think about the equipment, think about, the deployment and all of that. I'm sure that is not going to be a very good one. So we should be looking at, okay, getting a license that's going to be either free or maybe at minimal cost. So that at least by the time you have the license, then you'll be able to do the deployment. I mean, you have money to do other things. However, you will all agree with me that some people may want to hide behind this community network to do other things. So we shouldn't all be mindful of the fact that, look, for community network, it's going to be non-profit, right? If it is defined as non-profit, then what whoever is deploying is going to be doing is going to be non-profit making, right? Is to serve the community and at the same time, probably maybe just break even. So all those things have to be made clear. That is number one. Then number two, we that are trying to even go into the community network, please, let's try as much as possible to be aware that, look, if you are going into this, you will need more of ISM, bands, right? Like I mentioned, the 2.4 gigahertz, then probably you can now talk about the 5.2 and the 5.8. So let's try as much as possible to stick to the rules of the game so that at least when the issue of enforcement is coming up, will not be fined wanting. I think these are very important points that we need to be mindful of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for stating clearly these points, Engineer Kule. So I'll just like kind of whisper say one or two things about one or two recommendations. So
Thank you so much. Yes, I just wanted to allude to the conversation that is already ongoing, that beyond having the framework, there is still work to be done so as to get as many community network licensed and enjoying the benefits of being licensed. And that is particularly where community, like people like us, come in, where we get to have conversations with the community networks themselves, understand what they understand, what is their knowledge around the license, also have conversation and dialogues around if you are to get this license, what are those documents that you need to have in place, also engaging the regulators to meet these CNs, to have a conversations on the said license, and just to show the goodwill also with regards to regulators, and also just to strengthen the relationship between the community network and the regulators. So we are really big on awareness raising of community network as one of our goal, for example, for us to Napananet is to get 50 community network in Kenya in the next 2 years. And there has also been other pledges in such settings. For example, I know have pledged to support 100 community networks in Kenya, and other pledges also like APC. And to get this, we need to have this conversation, the regulators in the house, the already existing community networks in the house, and the upcoming community networks, so that there are best practices, there are templates that are very palatable to the state community networks that we want to have engaged, or rather licensed, so that they can operate legally. So thank you so much. This is what I wanted to add.
thank you, Rispa. So we are running out of time now. We have like a few minutes to the end of this session. So Jackie, I don't know, do you want to come in and maybe add some final remarks and so on?
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Ibrahim. So a lot has been said around the licensing framework of community networks in both countries. And at this point, I'd like to know, particularly from Steve Song, best international practices that we can adopt in terms of regulating community networks in the African space. Thank you. Over to you, Steve.
Well, I think I would say that Kenya has led the way in developing a framework that is accessible and affordable to community networks, and a lot of work has gone into designing something that that fits within the existing regulatory framework, but that creates a space for smaller, not-for-profit, community-owned, community-led operators. So I would encourage other regulators to reach out to the Communications Authority of Kenya to discuss their process and use that to inform their own. Thank you.
Very much, Steve. We appreciate your contribution. And I just want to finally add something. Of course, there are so many reasons why there is no clearly stated policy framework for community network in Nigeria. Just like you must have heard, there are so many reasons. And I like the fact that Engineer Hule stated one important point, which I think might be the reason why like no policy has been implemented yet for community network. Certain group of people might decide to say, okay, let's build our own community network, but then is intended for profit motive, and by default, community network are supposed to be non-profit kind of organization. So maybe because the NCC, or maybe because some people who are so much interested in community networks are not actually coming in to set it up as a non-profit organization. Maybe that's one thing that I don't want to say that is scaring the NCC from implementing policy for community network, but it might be a reason. It might be a reason. So it's just, I'm just happy to hear that Engineer Kule stated the fact that community network should just be for a non-profit organization, not for profit. So, and also I think we still have like, I don't know. Okay, our time is up already. Okay. So, and we have someone someone wants to ask a question. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Daud Suleiman. I'm the Director General for Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority. In Malawi, we have serious problems with community radio broadcasters in terms of quality of service, in terms of investment, and most of them are struggling even to keep their operations up and running. I'm asking this from the fact that you've repeatedly said that community networks should be not for profit. Now, as we're building towards a digital economy, how do we expect we're going to have players that are going to join a digital space and be not for profit, one? And secondly, the sustainability of these community networks, if they're not for profit, are we still going into the digital space and looking for the West to provide donations to us, or this is time that we empower ourselves in an African digital economy that generates its own revenue and we can sustain ourselves as Africans going into the digital space? Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Chalo. I'm the Africa Regional Coordinator for Community Networks at KICTENET under the APC LockNet. I think I just wanted to ask, following up on what he's saying, where do we strike the balance between community networks being non-profits and them being able to sustain themselves? In existing licenses like the one for Kenya and the one for Nigeria, the one for Uganda, one of the stipulations in the license is for you to produce a business plan. So that is very confusing for community networks. Here you're being asked to produce a business plan, and at the same time, you're non-profit. And also, if you're being expected to be non-profit, how are you going to be sustainable? Does it mean we're going to depend on grants for the whole lifetime of the community networks? And also, if the government is coming in, they're only coming in to subsidize, or is the government going to completely support community networks? I think that's one of the clauses that should be clear in any of these licenses that are being created and should be looked at. Where is the boundary? Where is the boundary? And if they are making, let me just say, like most community networks, probably they're in a place where the economy of the people is down, but also some of them would like to go into a hybrid model where, yes, you're being non-profit, yeah, you're providing services to the people who are not able to pay, but at the same time, you can have anchor clients that are able to pay. So where is the margin of how much can we get that will not, how much is not too much, so that we still remain non-profit? Thank you.
Hi, I just want to add to that comment and say that maybe the discussion for community networks being binary between for-profit versus nonprofit might not be the most appropriate way for us to carry the conversation forward. Particularly in the development space, last 10 or so years, the growth of social enterprises have created new types of hybrid business models, B Corps and et cetera. So maybe exploring what that means for community networks, alternative types of incorporation that allow for the social motive and also the the business motive that's necessary to keep community networks sustainable. I think a B Corp model could be an interesting thing for a community network to operate as a way to ensure that they're not for profits, but they're also sustainable at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much for those remarks. So I'd like Steve Song to address the first and the second question on the issue of non-profitability of community networks. So over to you, Steve.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to articulate that not-for-profit doesn't mean that that organizations are not businesses. You know, they can be every bit as professional and service-driven as a commercial organization, but it's a question of what they do with the profits. And in the case of nonprofits or nonprofit community networks, you create a circular economy where the profits go back into the community as opposed to being extracted elsewhere. I think there is another tension though, and that is the fact that it is not a level playing field when it comes to providing service to everybody. In the more remote areas of any country, in rural areas, more sparsely populated areas, the cost of delivering services and is higher and the ability to pay is lower. So that is why universal service funds exist, in that there will always have to be some subsidies in order to be able to affordably connect everyone, because the ability to pay is not the same across the country. So it's a bit of a mix there in that community networks that are trying to address the unserved will require some subsidies, but that doesn't mean that they can't be sustainable entities and that they won't actually generate their own revenues and incomes and become sustainable organizations.
Thank you so much for those remarks, Steve. I appreciate the response given, and I believe that actually gives a total response to the questions answered. Okay, fine. So we are supposed to be winding up, and I understand that there are comments that have been made in the online space. So maybe if we could actually just read them out quickly, and then we wind up.
So we are rounding up now, but then we just want to quickly just look at the comments we have online and see how we can quickly respond to them and then wind up the session. I don't think we have any questions online. Just people adding their comments and regarding whether community network should be for profit or non-profit. And I think Steve has already addressed that. And so with that, I think we've come to the end of this session. I don't think we have any more things to say. We just come to the end of the session. And thank you all for joining us. We are very happy that you joined us, and thank you for your contribution. So thank you. Thank you, Rispa. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Engineer Kunle. Thank you, Bukola. It's nice having you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mizu. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, everyone.
Great moderation. Thank you very much.